everyone. Hello. Why is that off? Hello. Welcome. Greetings. Hi. Hello everyone. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of created chaos, general maker of things, and here, at last, woohoo. Happy Monday. Hope you all had a good weekend. Hello Zany. Thank you for the look, and hello Alex, welcome in. Good to have you guys here. Good. How goes? It's going alright? Hey, that's good. Hehe. Yeah, it has been a busy weekend in my iteration of reality. Are we surprised? No. We're not surprised by that at all. Weekends tend to be very busy in my iteration of reality. Which is one of the reasons why I don't really stream then. But yeah, it has been the good kind of busy though, so all is well. I had plans for what I was going to do on Friday and Saturday. I can't remember what ended up happening on Friday. Work ended up happening on Friday. I can't remember exactly what. My sense of time is really messed up. Anyway, but I do know that what existed of available time on Saturday and Sunday, I inevitably ended up losing my entire plan for what I was going to do because the brainworms bit, and I was deep in the abyss of 3D modeling studying. So, in the time that did exist on those 2 days, which was like a half day each, I was so deep in tutorials for how to build cell shaders and how to get line weights to work and just generally getting vertices in the right places on 3D model things. And why does that keep losing connection? I feel like the Wi-Fi is the issue here because it makes no sense. Anyway, that's besides the point. So yeah, it has been busy. On Sunday, I was actually able to get a slot to attend a virtual meet and greet for the first time ever. I've not been to a meet and greet event before. Got to chat with Owlshe for a little bit, yay! It was super fun. Very casual in a way, but super cozy as can be expected from Wilhelm. So it was really fun to set aside the couple of minutes for that. While I was working on things, I was also able to chat with some of the Plumies in person for a bit as well, which was also kind of cool. By in person, I mean in voice chat, which almost never happens. Yeah, getting me in voice chat and actually chatting is like a very foreign scenario, really. It's kind of wild. But yeah, I was able to set aside a couple of minutes for that, which was nice. And oh yeah, apparently the Comrades Marathon happened. I did not run it, I did not walk it, but I had a family member who did and successfully finished. Actually, I had 2 family members who participated and successfully finished, so congratulations to them. If any other mistlings had family or acquaintances who are of that ultra-marathon breed of crazy, I hope that their recovery goes well after that madness, because oh my word, that is a kind of dedication that is definitely respectable, but from my side, not envied at all. But yes, so that is a thing that ended up happening. Yeah. So it has been busy. Also had family get together as well, with different family on Saturday, so that took prep work. It's surprising actually how much social interaction ends up happening with family members in my iteration of reality. It's, now that I think about it, surprisingly regular to meet with extended family. It's kind of wild, but fun. We're on relatively good standing, so yeah, that's nice to not necessarily be in a strained circumstance with one's closer familial ties, as it were. But yeah, deadlines are approaching on things, both in the commission realm and in the IRL realm as well. So I'm trying to get completion on the design work for Zany effective as soon as humanly possible. And then from next week all the way through till late in the first week of July, it's gonna be a little bit bumper to bumper in preparation for my brother's wedding. So there is going to be there's going to be a lot happening, so hello Josh, welcome in. Why is my chat not working? Hold up, I just noticed that. Chat, don't be broken. Refresh. Let's see if that will pick up now. Will it? I wonder. We are not real. No, you are real. It's just my box is broken. My magic box is broken. Be unbroken, I demand of you. Please. Partially connected. Why? It's not connected to YouTube. Why? No wonder. Hold up. Let me just fix that. Hopefully that'll fix things. Connected. Yay. I think the magic box went on strike and took a holiday. I know it's a public holiday in Fort Misthaven now on the 16th. I found out that technically today, but technically also yesterday because it's midnight. So technically it's a holiday, but come on, surely not. Okay, so now it says that that's connected. Now, is it really? Okay, I do not know what is broken now. Ah, there we go. Now it's working. Yay! My cat is doing cat things and proceeding to yeet items off of my desk. Ah, yes. Yay! It decided to work now, yes. All it wanted was for me to actually log in on YouTube again for some obscure reason. It had logged me out. I don't know why. Internet madness. It's always the network madness that gets me. Heh. But yeah. So, hello YouTube, yes. Oh my. Okay. So we have success in restoring the magic box. Woohoo! Oh joy. Okay. I think before we go any further, let's all acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. And then we can dive into actual work for the day. I made a fresh cup of coffee. It's a nice big one. And let's set our timer. There we go. And over there. Toaster, hello, hello. Safe for consumption beverages, drinks, rum and broth. You know what? Fair, fair. It is liquid, and it is safe for consumption. Therefore, I guess it counts. It qualifies. I mean, who says that it has to be, that your beverage has to be either sweet or sour or bitter, I suppose, depending, you know. Who says your drink can't be umami? Who says your drink can't be umami? Maybe with a little bit of saltiness. Right? Right? Oh. But welcome in. Hope you guys are doing good. Hope you guys are doing good. I'm with my mum. Right, so for today we are actually going to be behind the hex curtain. Doing well? That's good. That's good. I'm glad. Hehe. Because there's still stuff that Tawny, hello, hello, welcome. Good to have you joining us. Hi, hi. Yeah, so for today we are going to have a lot of work behind the hex curtain, largely because I'm still working out details on things. It is still in character design phase, unfortunately, so it's in that little weird section where showing things off while they're still a work in progress is a little bit and the iterations and what have you. Also because I am working off of a base drawing, which means that if I accidentally toggle off the wrong layer, things can end up being interpreted by the YouTube bots as being not safe for work, which obviously we don't want to have happen and be bonked. So I will be working behind the hex curtain for today for a while. I might do a little bit of task switching in and out of other bits and bobs, just so that we can have a periodic shift in terms of what we're doing. If that makes sense to you, we'll actually do that on the hydrate timers. How does that feel? Hydrate timer, task shift. That way it's not purely hex curtain chaos. How does that vibe? So every half hour we task switch. Sounds fine? Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. In which case, I am gonna quickly open up the thing that I'm gonna switch task to, which is going to be a continuation of the brainworms, because I am busy in the process of modeling hair. That was where I left that job off yesterday. Sounds like slurping ramen noises. Oh my. That sounds good. Yeah. I am modeling hair at the moment. Indeed. In fact, I am modeling a very, very messy hairstyle, which is kind of fun. Let me just get Blender to open, because I'm doing it in 3D chaos, yay. So for those who missed it last week, I kind of decided to put the ebony model on hold for a bit on account of wanting to make sure that I was getting methodologies that worked for me and actually looked good. Because I had been thinking of it for quite a while and wanted to make sure that I was not doing something that I would duplicate over multiple models and then regret a workflow choice and then have to fix like 15 or 16 different models first. So I decided to choose a relatively low stakes test subject, and I decided to actually make a Wilhelm van der Bos fan model, right? As a test to learn methodologies, to get good, actually follow a reference properly, all of that chaos. And thus, I had initially started by just manipulating the ebony base mesh into that before I decided, you know what, that's not gonna fly. I'm going to start from scratch, which I did. And let me just bring this into the right window here. And now this is where we're at. This is where we are at on that process. Got a lot going on already. It's a lot that is still very much wrong. And based on questions that were asked and answered today, I'm actually going to be doing the short hairstyle from version 2 outfit rather than the ponytail version from the V1. So I will be hiding the ponytail collection for a while. The bangs and the hair sides are pretty much going to be the same for both hairstyles, so I'm not particularly concerned about that. But from here, I will be adding more to this and adjusting throughout the day. I think that's what we're going to be doing, is trying to get the hair shape right. That will be the task for the day. So here it's just in a different view so that we can get a cleaner look at what's happening in terms of how lighting behaves. I started with normals editing, but until I have got the mirror modifier on this taken off, it's still going to behave a little bit strangely. And I can just show our line art modifier as well. I've still also got to do the actual line art weight stuff on that as well. So we have got line art working, but I still need to do the weight adjustments so that we don't have weird things happening like over there, which look weird. So still a lot of corrections to do, but we are slowly but certainly getting there. I still need to figure out exactly how to make the sclera of the eyes work. I will get there. I know that the pupils are going to be pretty straightforward, and I think I found the correct method to handle the interior of the mouth as well, so I am satisfied that I've got that mostly working. This looks very cursed, but it gives you an idea of what's happening on the interior thus far. Crazy. So, that's what we're going to be working on when we are not behind the hex curtain. Is working on modeling hair there. For now, though, we are going to continue work on Zany's design and reference sheet thing. If I am looking over there and you see my model glitching out accordingly, I am looking at the instructions in the briefing for where things are and what color they're supposed to be and what have you. And while Zany will be lurking, I may occasionally send him a private message to just ask a question as well. So that is gonna be the plan. Alright. That said, we are 10 minutes into our first hydrate. So let us head where? Let me put you in. Okay, I don't know why that's now suddenly working. Why are my hotkeys suddenly working after so long of not? I don't get it, but I will take that. I will take that. Okay. Happiness is? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Why does that work all of a sudden? Yeah. Anyway. So, I am going to be continuing behind here. For the meanwhile, if you've got things that you want to work on as well, I encourage you to do your work along. Enjoy it. Please feel free to chat, honestly. Do not think that just because I'm working behind the hex curtain, I am not available to answer questions about things and stuff. So we have options available to us. I shall be cooking dinner. Ooh, enjoy. Enjoy. What are you making? I feel like you guys can get a fairly decent sense of what is actually happening behind the hex curtain with the current resolution. Whoopsie. Because contrast. And hex resolution was changed on account of being able to see what I was doing during the writing section from last time. So I am going to duplicate that filter and make some changes again so that it's actually proper. One moment, please. Whoopsie. Okay. This is gonna be here. Filters. Duplicate. Low res. Okay. Hide that one. Close. Alex, I need to eat. Hope the stream goes well. Alright, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it. Rest well. And we shall see you again later. Night night. Let's see. There we go. That'll do. That'll do. Okay. And save button. Yes. Okay. Let's leave that for the moment. I need to come back over here. I think I'm gonna hit the duplicate button, empty it, grab that, symmetry on, yeah. That will do the trick for that. Okay, and then symmetry off. There we go. That's that piece of information sorted. Now what I want to do is lock that opacity and then come over to gradient, U. Okay, that's a little bit more set. Now what I want to do is duplicate U and empty U. Unlock and symmetry on. Almost got it. Just needs a bit more bulk than what's beneath it, because layers behave that way generally. Something like that, I think. All right. I think in terms of establishing the base shape of that sleeve pipe, that'll work. Okay, now duplicate, lock both of those. Actually, no, top one unlock. Empty. Come back over here. Something like that. And duplicate that again, pull it down, empty it, there we go. You know what I actually still need to do, now that I'm thinking about it, because it's been bugging me for a while. What I need to do is I need to actually look at the collection of Dover Syndrome tracks that I have acquired for my stream time lapses and what have you, which is also where my current background music comes from, obviously. And what I need to do is actually make a spreadsheet with the links for everything, so that I know where to find the ones that I've actually used for the time lapses, so that I can credit them appropriately. Because I've currently got that in a notepad list. But what I actually need to do is I need to put that in a spreadsheet so that I can also put a description and a genre and a mood of some description with all of those, so that we can actually have a quick reference for, okay, we are going to potentially have multiple sets of background music for working along, because this is just a little bit, it's just a little bit if you catch my meaning. That we only have basically this one piece of work-along music. I feel like that's a little bit sad. Like, one day is one day. I still want to, after raising funds for the Harrier 3D, the next thing that I want to actually look at investing in are going to be possibly in order, possibly in reverse order. Saving up for the installation of a prefab building where I can actually have the VTubing studio and not keep the rest of my house awake. Considering that currently space is an issue that we are doing battle with. And the other thing that I want to invest in is actually bespoke music for Project Misthaven. And I feel like having a dedicated OST to sample as my stream music would also actually be kind of cool. Like, yeah, we'll actually have an OST. That would be amazing. Like, I'll probably end up using in pre-production, if I need to test stuff, I'll probably end up using Dover Syndrome tracks as like the placeholders. But I'd like to eventually get actual custom bespoke music commissioned. Eventually. I still need to decide what the project sounds like. I personally have something a little bit orchestral in my head. So something sort of symphonic rockish maybe in some places. That's kind of something that I'm hearing. Like that sounds kind of along the right vein. Which is interesting because symphonic rock can have a pretty wide range in terms of how the pacing feels in it. Like, it's the name suggests rock, but it can actually also be pretty chill. Depending on for whom or for what situation or what setting an individual piece might be written. There's also potential for maybe a little bit of Celtic vibes, potentially a little bit of jazzy vibes. You know, who knows at this point. I feel like there's one section that can have a little bit more techno vibes as well. So it's gonna be pretty varied, I think. So we'll see exactly how that goes. But primarily having the orchestral symphonic engine sound behind that, I feel like that will be really, really awesome. I feel like that would be the absolute winner. I don't know when it might happen, but I would very much like it to happen. I like these plans, yes. Woohoo! I'm glad you like these plans. But yeah, at the moment, I'm not sure if that's something that should happen before or after making sure that I've actually got a space to work. Without being in the way for literally the rest of the household. But yeah, that's the question that I'm facing. It all depends on really the timelines, because I feel like getting the music compositions should be one of the last things to do. One of the last things to happen, because you don't necessarily want to spend good money on making tracks for places or scenarios that might not necessarily exist. I feel like that would probably be a prudent consideration. But it is definitely something that I want to do. And that is our first hydrate timer. I'm going to add an extra 10 minutes before we actually hydrate. There we go. Just so that we get the full amount of time on Zany's thing, because that is in fact our priority for this week, is getting Zany's stuff in order. So I don't want to cut corners on time here specifically. There we go. That's that shape sorted. And then in terms of this is going to come in like... something like that, yes. Okay. Happiness is save button. Okay, that is a good start, I think. Still is just something to be desired for texture, but we'll figure that out yet. Because this is quite flat. And it's flat. That's Why do I feel like something is buzzing that I can't identify? Okay, that's ignorable. That's ignorable. Yay, okay. That's ignorable. It was in fact a notification, but it was an ignorable notification, thankfully. Okay. So that mostly works. Now what I need to do is I need to grab those, lock, and make sure that I have in fact not got symmetry ruler on. Okay, good. Okay. Now I switch the symmetry ruler on. Grab like so. Okay, that works. And make that 20. $30. And lock. Okay, it works on that side, it does not work on the other. Okay, fine, fine, fine. Symmetry ruler off. Deselect. Reselect. Close enough, okay. Considering that this is still draft. Close enough. Now, let me see. There are still 2 minutes left on this updated timer, so let's see. What can I do in that time? Symmetry ruler on. Grab you. Grab you. Okay, that is not doing anything visibly different, but that's fine. Save button, okay. Now what I want to do is I want to add a panel that I will do in half an hour apparently, when I have got slightly fresher eyes to see what I'm doing. Okay, so that was the very, 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 very short second battle on our hydrate timer. So everyone, let us for realsies this time acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Alright, before I get into this too much, there's just one last thing that I want to do really quickly, and that is to acquire a piece of information, which is ba-ba-ba-bam. To just do this, I want to add, no, I want to add a virtual key phrase, and the keys that I want are and this one I want to delete that. And hopefully that will work next time. Okay, so now we continue with so first things first, let's just hide our base mesh. So I was working on side hair for a start, but actually I want to just show the base mesh again and just hide the sides for a bit, because I'm not 100% sure that I'm happy with where I've placed those plumicorns. That can come slightly further back. As if they are too far forward, it looks very, very strange. And that can be narrower at the base. So over here, we're gonna grab that, and we're gonna go scale that down and push that up. There we go. It's a little bit taller than the ref, but it's fine. If we get the sense of the shape, in the right sort of a vibe and feeling, then if it is not exactly 100% one-to-one with the model, it's not a train smash. With the live 2D, it's not a train smash in that situation. Okay, so what I want to do as well is I actually want to separate this into multiple pieces, because at the moment I'm not happy with how I've got this separated. So first things first, hide our base mesh. Okay, split. Grab you, you, and you. Are there any others? Yes, you. Split. Okay, now we're gonna go mesh, Separate by loose parts. Okay, so there's obviously still somewhere that is not a loose part here. Why? What did not rip? Oh, it ripped, but it ripped messy. Okay. Ooh, it ripped messy. Why? Because there was a bad cut. Gasp. Edge. Clear seam. Take that off. Oh boy. Now we do repair work. This would be a nightmare to discover later. That's all I know. Actually. I want to put my screencast keys over. Where do I want to put them? I'm gonna put them here by my gizmo. I think that's gonna be the best bet. Yeah? Yes, definitely the best spot for it. Font size 25. And let's make that 35. Okay, so now you guys can actually tell what buttons I am pressing. Okay, so now we take those. No, I'm going to take this face. Remove that face because it's wrong. Fill that gap. Fill that gap. Fill that gap. Okay. Mesh by loose parts. Okay, grab the slot, move it close again. When I end up merging these together again later, then I will deal with final level cleanups. Now, is that just me or is that a hole? I think that's a gap. No, it's not a gap, it's a split vertex in the wrong place. Okay. You know what? I didn't do. I just realized I never set the timer. I was about 5 minutes in, so let's do that again. 25 minutes on the timer. Let us resume. Okay. Now, let's come back to our hair sides and also continue with making some adjustments, because this is also going to be a little bit wrong. This needs to come back more in general. Rotate that way is a smidge. Yeah. Okay. Now, how does that read? Surprisingly, still more or less on the right silhouette, surprisingly. But there is much that we can still improve. So now we're going to come back to this piece. Let's see what we can achieve over here. Something like that, yeah. Okay, so for that lowest section, that works. Now, we've still got a scalp gap here, which is obviously going to be an issue. So what we're going to do is we are going to make provision for where this is going to attach. Like so. Something like such. We'll do the trick. Okay. Grab these, just raise them a smidge. Pull you guys back. Okay, that looks in desperate need of an edge loop. And likewise over here. I do not like where that's bending. So, subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. Grab you, you and you. No, you two join. You two join. 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 Subdivide. Join. Dissolve edge. There we go. That'll work for that one. How are we on our intermediate? We are at just about 15 minutes, okay. Before we switch back to zany. Ooh, here's another gap that I did not spot earlier. That's gonna be an issue later. Merge at last. That needs to be a subdivide. That needs to go... Oi. Hello? Fill? Fill? Join? Why are you making a loop all the way around that way? Come on, what's wrong with you? Excuse you? No? Mesh? You know what? It's this face. This face is the problem. That was wild, but okay. Now, let's get these weird corners out here, because that's not gonna work. There we go. That'll do the trick there for that piece. Now, obviously, there's still a lot of information that needs to happen on that section, but we'll get there. For now, let's just get the foundational layer set. Okay. What I do want to just check is going to go to this site, just switch off the reference that I'm not confuzzled with what all I am seeing. And whatever is happening over here needs to be fixed, so that one, I'm gonna come over here and just hide that for a sec. Oh boy, because that needs help. That needs help. Yeah, that needs help. Oh boy. Okay, let's see, what have we got going on here? That needs to come back. Okay, loop cut here. Subdivide that one. Join you two. Join you two. Okay, there we go. So that should work for getting that base section a little bit closer to the mark. There will be additional layers applied to this. And then this one needs to be also moved back and corrected. Oh boy, the gaps, the gaps, the gaps. Okay, I can ignore that. Something like such. Okay, so basic structure on the front is at least starting to come together. Okay, now what I need to do is come over here and split this. Ooh. Nope, that's not the button I was looking for. Let's grab all of these and go plus, 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 plus. And you. Okay, never mind that. Grab you guys. No. You and you, and go rip. Okay, and mesh separate by loose parts. There we go. That works, that works, that works. Okay. So that's in the right kind of direction, that progress. Now what we need to do is here, this needs to start sweeping backwards, and that means that we're gonna grab this and start pulling this way. And it means that this front section is going to need a little bit more to work with over here. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay, come over to this one. Edit. Mesh. Normals, recalculate. Let's see. This is gonna basically lead toward the sideburns-ish, without necessarily being part of them. But it'll just help to get the shapes to more or less speak with one another. Okay, that'll work. Grab everything. Let's go. Faces, extrude along normals, not that much. Scale. No. Proportional editing off. Scale. Just to give us a starting point. and rotate that way, also just to give us a starting point. And lastly, grab you, merge at center, there we go. And there we're gonna hit the save button. And hydrate. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe consumption beverage and take a sip. And let's see if the fix I made to going to the hex curtain worked. Not quite. Okay. Oh well. We tried. Oy. If I can only not inhale the coffee. It is a recurring theme, apparently. Oh boy. We return to Clip Studio. Right, so... Still working on the code. Still many things to fix there. But it's fine. What I want to do is this. Make sure that that is intact, like such. Okay. Minimize you. Check my brief. I wanted to do what next? Okay, that will cover that. Okay, so that is a question to be asked. That is a question to be asked, and for that I need to do a rough drawing over the top of things, which wants me to take off the symmetry ruler. Okay, to make sure that I'm understanding brief correctly. And also open. Here. Grab this. Copy. Paste. Merge selected. No, don't merge selected yet. Because then it crops. Yeah, that's not what I want. Okay. So there are on this so clearly two questions to be asked. The matter of proportionate length, which actually I think that is pretty close to the mark. That's pretty close to the mark actually. If I look at, I'm pretty much placing a sword at the moment, and trying to figure out where the scabbard is gonna go. And I needed to just check, proportionately how big the sword is, because that's kind of an important thing. Okay, so we're gonna have That hidden for now. Duplicate. Now I want to put this on symmetry ruler, so that, no, don't move the symmetry ruler, move the thing. So that I can draw the scabbard over the top of it. There we go. Almost got that. There we go. Now, what's the approximate thickness of this thing? It doesn't need to be quite that much margin on the outside of the blade. Okay, that works for there. Now up here. Okay, and repair that opacity. Okay. Oh, wrong there. Okay, slowly but certainly we're getting places. Okay, now I need another one of those. For bolts, rivets, whatever you want to call them. They're probably going to be rivets. Okay. Okay, that works, that works. And then there will be an attachment accordingly, depending on how exactly this is going to be suspended. So, save button, and then what we're going to do is I need to duplicate this. Move you sideways so that you don't get damaged by accident. There we go. And then this is going to be merge selected and symmetry ruler off. Now let's see if I am interpreting the instructions correctly. It could either be like this, and let me do two so that I don't accidentally break one. Okay. No, I was right the first time. It needs to be... Sword should be able to be pulled out by the left hand. No, I was correct previously. Flip, rotate. Okay. Let's see. There are two potential interpretations in terms of how I can understand the briefing in terms of where the sword sits on this entire setup. And I need to make sure that I'm using the correct one. It would also very, very, very much help if I was not trying to use Blender shortcuts in Clip Studio. That was almost a disaster. Okay, free transform. Okay, question time. So now I grab screenshot. And go direct messages. Did I remember to set the timer again? I did in fact not. How long has it been? How long has it been? Like 7-8 minutes-ish. Let's go straight for 27. Let's start there. Okay. Whoopsie. Give it a little bit of extra time on Zany every time, I think, is maybe not a bad idea. Ah! Okay. I'm not done. Okay, and Zany, okay. Okay, that'll work. Let's see. Okay, so okay, interesting. Interesting. That's a nice choice. Oh. That actually makes a lot of sense. I like that. I like that. I like that. Okay. Progress is happening. Which means on this side I can now remove that one because it's wrong. And here I can remove that mask, which is wrong. And I think it's this layer. Yes, it is this layer. Okay. Okay. I can roll with that. So this comes over here. And now I can neaten this up a little bit. Okay, that works. It doesn't work. It needs a loop, which means that needs to be thinner. And would it help if I didn't have a cable in the way? There we go. Okay, that works. Okay. And down here. Okay, something like that. Okay, that's nice and neatened up. Cool, that works. Scabbard sorted. Group. Now we duplicate that entire lot, pull it to the back, and flip. Okay. Alright, so now what I need to do is I need to grab that, duplicate it to back here, grab the entire lot and flip it over. And pull it across to the opposite side. And then adjust accordingly. Okay, That's gonna need a lot of work. Let's hide you for a bit. Because that's going to need corrections of significant proportions. Hide that. Starting with removing that. And that is, I think, 30. Yeah, it was 30. There we go, there we go. Okay, almost got the back of the hip pouch sorted in a way that makes mechanical sense. Okay. Empty that. And 3 on that side, like so. Okay. If nothing else, that'll keep that from falling off. It's good enough for a start. Now what's that? Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to take this entire box and kind of compress it this way a bit. So that the side pouch is a little bit more forward than aft. And that means I need to adjust pretty much all of this again. Okay, fine. I can live with that. It's gonna be 30, right? Yes. Wait. There we go. That's a bit better. And this needs to be cut off and unlay it down. So that this can be trimmed into a good shape, like that. Okay. So I need another one of those. Empty that. this one tight on this side. And I'm gonna need another layer. It's gonna behave like that. Okay, so that's more of a tension and friction arrangement than a buckling setup, but that's good. That way it is the least likely to cause pain while spending some hours in a saddle. Which is entirely plausible given the context of the character. Okay. Buckles in uncomfortable places would be avoided at all costs. Which means that the place most likely to see another buckle will be, for this belt, over here. And that's the hydrate timer again. Ah! Okay. Crazy, that came so fast. Ay, 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 that came so fast. Alright, everyone. It is time then to acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. And this buckle is the wrong way around. No. Okay, let me just finish correcting this and then I will hydrate and reset the timer. I'm just trying to fix a belt. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. So with that, like such. And then is this something that I can then okay, there we go. Belt sorted. Both sides, great. Starting to get somewhere. Starting to get somewhere. Okay. So, everyone, time to acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. The coffee is officially cold. It has been standing for 2.5 hours. Yikes. When did it become 2.5 hours since I started stream? Yeah. Okay. Hex curtain on. Oh, X curtain was on. Back to it is in a safe view, but it's going to be really derpy for a moment. And I'm just going to quickly flash what I have been working on thus far. So I have been applying clothing from the front view to the back view so that we can see how things work. Still much to do. Much to fix. We've set position for the sword, which makes sense now. Just got to still fix the shirt on the back view because it's entirely wrong. And then after fixing the shirt, we'll go into working on the jacket. There is still the question of actually asking if even this layer up until this point is even correct. Or if there are any notes for anything that wants to be changed. But as far as base layer goes, this is where we're at for now. Save button is probably in order. And I still got to do all of the work on Zany's hair, because that needs to be put in place as well still, in terms of everything. There are changes being made to Zany's hair, which is interesting. And the cold coffee is now gone. Okay. So yeah, that's the next thing that I've got to work on, is finishing flipping this lot over and then getting confirmation that there's nothing that I need to change, or change the bits that I do need to change if there is stuff that I need to change thus far. But slowly but certainly we are moving more or less in the correct direction. So, yay. Getting places. And then once I've got big block stuff more or less in the right shape and such, then I can start looking at detailings a little bit more. Because, oh boy, I feel like when it comes to the jacket, it could go either which way a little bit, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But for now, let us reset our hydrate timer. There we go. 30 minutes. And then when that goes off, I am going to quickly go make myself a fresh cup of coffee. Before we resume with another round of working on Zany. In the meantime, let us get hair looking like something. Okay, this is going to need some degree of finessing. Okay. Undo, undo, undo. Come back here. Scale Y down, because otherwise that's going to be really messy. No, not that one, not that one, that one. Scale Y less. There we go. Make that just more rectangular. Okay, and we come back. Like so. This is a good view for this. To get some nice curvature going. Okay, that's that. Next section. Come on. Select the right things, please, and thank you. How are we all holding up? We all surviving so far? Making progress on our things? What are we all keeping ourselves busy with? As we are co-working. No. This slot all needs to come down some. Like so, okay? Okay, there we go. Wrong vertex. This one needs to be you. Come on. Nope. There we go. Okay, let's just pull this all out a little bit more. Just give myself a bit more space to work. Okay, that works, that works. Check that curvature. Okay, like that, nice. Okay, what's happening over here? That can be ignored, okay. On this angle, that looks good. All right. Yeah, that works. Getting there, getting there, getting there. Nice. Another 2 loop cuts like that. Okay, let's see, that goes off. And object mode. Alright. That one works. That one works, okay. Save button. How long has that taken us? 13 minutes-ish. Okay. Okay. Next piece I want to do is gonna be actually what I want to do next is work on the hair back a little bit, because then for everything that I work forward of that is going to kind of layer on top of that. So let's go new collection, call that hair back. I can spell. If I could type, it would be so lovely. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go add mesh, go for a cube, add subdivision modifier, object shade auto smooth, don't show optimal display. I want to see that. Let's go 3. Yeah, 3. That's the one I want. So edit mode. No. Object mode. And apply. Edit. Grab half. Be gone with you. First mirror, grab like that. Be gone with you. And up there. Be gone with you. There. Be gone with you. And those be gone. Okay. So now we've got this lower section sort of a cap. We can now work into position here. And delete those two. Loop cut there, loop cut there. Okay, grab the slot and go scale X. Like so. Pull it in like that. Okay. and I want to go rotate. Hide those two. Remove that one. Remove those two. Scale X down. Okay. Starting to get somewhere in terms of setting up our hair back. Now we're going to go mirror modifier. Clipping on. Okay, good. Okay, so these two can get removed because they don't need to exist. As well as that lot can get removed because that doesn't need to exist. This slot can get pulled down to here. And full like so. Actually, I think this wants a little bit more resolution. because this side is actually open. And therefore planning accordingly is useful. Okay, getting places, getting places. Okay. I know at the moment it looks very, very weird, but there is method to the madness. It will get there. What I've basically done is I've set myself the section that will be cut the shortest, basically. Now, oh, actually, I need to undo a bunch of what I just did, because that looks way too flat from that angle. So just give ourselves a little bit more space for floof. Except for the bottom where it comes into contact. That needs to still be reasonable. Okay, and what's gonna happen from here is we're gonna get the opportunity to pull out pieces. So how do I want to handle this? Because I don't necessarily want this to be too symmetrical. I'll have like let's do this. Let's do this. Mark all of these as seams, because they'll all be origin points. Not sure about this top row yet. Okay, mark all of those as seams because those are going to be origin points for individual pieces. So, oh boy, now what I want to do is go mesh, faces by edges. Okay. Now if I'm lucky, yes, those are all now separate. Now let's go mesh, separate by loose parts. So now these should all be loose parts. Oh, this... okay. Whew, okay, that gives me a lot to work with. And the order in which it sorted this is completely chaotic. Wowee! Wowee, that is super chaotic. Excuse me? You telling me I've got to figure out which one is what? Relative. Okay, so this is going to be I'm going to name at least that piece because yikes. I'm trying to find the most backward piece. Ugh, you know what, I should just undo hiding all of these. Because there is really zero order to this chaos whatsoever. Alright, that was very, very, very fast in that last section. Wow. Save button. Okay. Well, we've at least got the beginnings of what is going to become the hairbacks in place. Yeah. Alright, fine. So, with that foundational piece of work sorted, I'm going to very, very quickly go and make myself another cup of coffee, and then we will return and start flipping this back view over so that we can finalize how that looks. I should probably ask Zany how he feels about how things are looking so far. Hold up, I should probably do that. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna make myself another cup of coffee and send a screenshot. Whew, okay. Alright, I return. I have coffee. And we are ready to return to the madness. Okay. We are ready. So, everyone, time to acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and take a sip. Methinks. Okay. And we reset the timer now for the next 30. And we continue. That layer doesn't need to exist. That layer doesn't need to exist. And symmetry ruler can go on. Okay, I've got answers regarding some questions, and I've got other questions asked. So we can continue. Okay. Follow-on question asked. Queueueueueueueux. Now let's see. Now I need to handle the back. Now that goes off. Okay, that works for back section on that. Show all of the parts. Boots. Hide the greaves. Grab the brown. Adjust the shape according to what we've got back here. Now these. There we go. Gala, no. There we go. Found you again. Yay. Okay, that's that in place for now. Details to be determined. So I'm pretty sure that is the foundational level of the back view sorted. Okay, so the next thing that I need to handle is going to be the hair. That's going to be the next thing that I've got to handle. So hide the symmetry ruler. Come back over here. Just getting info. But yeah, okay. So I'm just gonna go over here for a second. So this is the progress update on where we're at in terms of foundation structure on the base layer. Details still pending, but we're getting places. So haircut is the next thing that I've got to get sorted. And then I can look at the jacket in more detail, because the jacket is presently only as such on the front section, and needs additional details. And I'm gonna need to do the side view now soon. Wait, what was the brief regarding side view? Hold up. This was this one, I think. This one. Long and loose above the right. Right is the one with the tattoo, okay. Okay, so that piece of stone needs to move because there needs to be loose hair here. Okay, so that means no open forehead for Zany. Okay. That means also that means that I've got the part on the wrong side. That explains a lot as well. So hide that for now. Hide the jacket for now because that's in the way. Hide that for now because that's in the way. Reduce this opacity so that I'm less confused about what I'm seeing. And hide the shirt for now so that I'm less confused about what I'm seeing. Okay. So what I am going to do is I'm going to put this into a group. Call this one V1, duplicate, hide V1, so that in case we want to roll back, I've not lost it forever. Come back here. And remove everything above the ear. Okay. And flip. So, pot is on this side. The one thing that comes with having long, loose bangs covering the scar is that the very, very, very fun detail that is the scar gets kind of hidden. That's the sad thing. And it's always a fun visual detail, so when those sorts of things get hidden, it makes me a little bit sad. But you know what? If that's what the client wants, that's what the client wants. And flip. Now, actually, before I do that section, I need to see where the flow sits from here. Okay. Okay, that I can work around. And flip. Okay, that can work, I think. Zany, welcome, welcome. You're free. Woohoo! Welcome. Good to have you joining us. I think for now I'm going to stay out of the hex curtain because we are at a point where it makes sense that I can actually work publicly. I am less likely to get YouTube bonked presently. Good to have you joining us. Okay. Sounds good. Yay! Okay. Now, I do kind of want to still include, like, a little bit of the stone section here by the sideburn over the ear, because that kind of it kind of validates the braid a little bit more, in the sense that, if that little patch of hair is isolated, then what else do you do with it except braid it up, right? The fewer bonks, the better. I agree with that front. I agree with that front. Okay, there's a little stone section. So now, let us make adjustments accordingly. Grab all of you and be gone. Because all of those shapes are wrong. That's gonna go and do the breakage. Yep. Okay. There we go. Okay, now this little section up here. Okay, and we show our base again. so we can plan out the next section. Okay. Now, this side we also now need to get a piece of stone in some place. I think over there is maybe good. Wanted to feel not completely out of nowhere. How did the old haircut work on this side again? This side is also just loose and choppy. Okay. Okay, another stone section in here like that. Zany, are you going to keep the ponytail as loose as in the previous iteration? Or in the previous version? Or would you want it tied a little tighter? Test, I can see it. I can see your message. Did your internet nope out or something? The last message didn't show on the chat box. Yeah, it's sometimes the weird things end up happening. Also, that was the hydrate timer. So everyone, time to acquire our nearest safer consumption beverages and take a sip. But I'm not going to task switch this time because we're on a roll with something here. Just gonna get this a little bit more in a decent position. There we go. And let's just go sharpen that a little bit after the movement. There we go. I will also grab some water. That is a good idea. Hydrating is generally a good idea. Okay. And the coffee is already room temperature. No! That was way too fast. Okay. Next 30 minutes. There we go. Not task switching this time. Okay. Zania, I'm not sure if you heard my question regarding the tightness of the ponytail. What I'm gonna do here is just make my life a little bit simpler. $150. Okay, it's about as close as we're gonna get that. Okay. Now that path sits over there. am back and have water. Welcome back. Zany, I'm not sure if you heard my question regarding the tightness of your ponytail. I knew something was weird. I've got the wrong brush that I'm inking with. No wonder the lines are so thick. Gasp. I didn't had responded. That was the message that didn't go through. Okay. I'd like to keep it somewhat loose, yes. Okay, cool. No problem. And still thrown over the same shoulder or opposite side? Or is it more flexible? Either shoulder is fine? Okay, cool. Okay, in that case then, I'm gonna put it on the opposite side because that way the silhouette on the braid isn't lost. And it also means that the flow of the stone can help inform exactly where it would lie. I can imagine that that was a bit of a problem before, so good idea. Okay, awesome. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here, I'm just gonna reduce the base opacity a little bit. Just hide that for a second. It would help if I did not have the canvas flipped, because then I can actually move things according to what I see. That is 181. Okay, 200, okay. Okay, so one thing that has been running through my head while I was working on figuring out how stone would flow is that any hair that transforms back that doesn't quite reach the roots that would be stone would break off, right? So I can sort of imagine that, supposing that this is in fact not living stone of some description, I can definitely imagine that the bits that would need to be able to move in order for things to not hurt would probably get chipped off. So there would actually not be any stone in the loose part of the ponytail, because how do you wash the rest of it? without being in pain. Make sense? Okay, I'm glad. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a harder edge here so that we can sort of get a sense of, okay, this was a bit that had stuff, but it is there no more. I was imagining the stone bits kind of hugging the scalp to some degree. Yeah, sort of like statuesque. You know how the hair isn't kind of loose, but it's sort of molded over a statue in the same sort of a way. Toaster, I've rediscovered something that I forgot how good it is. Ooh, what did you discover or rediscover? The Skyrim Kaiden mod. I'm glad if you're enjoying it. I've never gotten particularly far in Skyrim. Because I'm pathetic. But I do know that there are a gazillion mods. Haven't played it recently. Ah. Yeah, I don't think I've ever played a modded game, really. Have I? Not to my recollection. Not to my recollection, I don't think I've ever played a modded game. Mostly because I almost never get a chance to actually... I never make a chance to actually play the things in the first place, so... getting around to modding them is like completely out of the general frame of reference. I personally am far more interested in modern Minecraft over Skyrim. You know what? Fair. Minecraft, as far as I know, also has a gazillion and 3 mods. But the mod is a new follower that you save is very rough around the edges and has the strength of a circus strongman as well as the social skills of one. Wow. Oh, he's hilarious to watch in social situations. Oh my. Oh my. That sounds hilarious. Okay, so let me just switch that back on again so that I can see. hide that again. Oh my. Oh my. That does sound like chaos. Oh dear. There's even a little girl that offers him flowers to give you, and it's so awkward about it. Oh, that's precious. Okay, Zoni, another question time. Would the hair tie be like an elastic type hair tie or a ribbon type hair tie? In both cases. I'm gonna say ribbon, he's somewhat old-fashioned. Okay. No problem. We can make that happen. We are fond of red ribbon hair ties around here. Okay. So now we hide the base. And we go... hide that. Let's go... select, select. Expand by 1 pixel, invert, grab you, wrong layer, like that. Although the braid would be elastic, he doesn't do that one himself, and the individual that does has probably been using new ties for decades now. That makes sense, that's fair. Okay, then over here, let's grab that. Okay, let's add another layer onto this just that I've got some depth to work with. There we go. That'll do the trick. That'll do the trick. Stone parts of the hairstyle pretty much sorted. Now, make that visible again, make that full color again, throw that on. Okay. Now, what we do is we add the bit that goes over the front on this side, which is going to be like this. And just add a little bit of texture there. And it would help if I unlocked the layer. There we go. So that is the back. Any notes on that? Are we happy? Anything you'd like me to tweak? In terms of how that's flowing? Or are we more or less on the right track? Okay, hide that. And it is quite long. Well, quite long indeed. Oh boy, okay. And that is time for another hydrate. So everyone, time to acquire our nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. Zany, I'm not sure if you heard my question. new shot of water. Yeah, indeed. Welcome in. How are you doing? And I know I just asked Zany if he heard my question, but now for the life of me I can't remember what question I asked. Oh boy. Oh dear. Ish. The bird brain is burbing very unbrainishly right this very moment, oh dear. Finally caught a stream. I see 4 hours though. This is true. This is true. But it's fine. It's fine. I've still potentially got an hour to go. I'd love to know the backstory behind a strong male character with girly ribbon tied in hair. Hello, Calyx. Welcome in. He's old-fashioned. That's the straightforward answer. The girly ribbon is plot relevant, trust. Well, the stone in the hair is definitely plot relevant. The girly ribbon is probably, from his time period anyway, considered less girly. Let's just be real. So many things that are considered girly presently are not girly in origin. Harrier would never add a detail like that without plot. Like, there are 2 reasons you add details to design work. One is for context and importance in terms of the world build, and the other is for characterization. Those are the 2 reasons why you give a character literally anything on their person. Plot relevance and characterization. It's not Harrier design. It's in fact not a Harrier design. I'm doing an adaptation on this design over here. So I'm basically doing updates and adaptation work on this design. And this is not my art. Boom. Stuffs. Extra stuffs. But this is what I'm working on presently. It's even red to draw your eye in for contrast. Yeah, and that comes straight out of there. Yeah, there's 2 on this reference sheet. Yep. And that has plot relevance. So Zany, if you would like to give context in chat, please feel free to do so. And that was what I was scared of. Okay. Hide the jacket. Hide the base. Hide that. Grab outside. Grab the gap. Expand by 1 pixel, invert. You're hiding the braid on the front view so they only see the ponytail. Oh, yes. There it is. But in back view, we can see that it's actually isolated by a stretch of stone. So there's that little piece of fun, haha. Deal with it. I bet the back tattoo glows during the nighttime for funsies. That is also plot, but I'm not sure if it's nighttime dependent or skill usage dependent. That's the question. But glowies are basically a magical requirement. I'm just imagining it lighting up a dark room. Yeah. I don't know if it would glow that much. Okay. And flip to be the right way around again. Okay. Full view for reorientation on where we're at. Save. Zany here is from a time when long hair was normal on men, especially in high society. So he tied back for convenience, and the braid is because his wife likes to play with his hair sometimes. Oh, that's precious! Yeah, I am familiar with the yin and yang picture that is part of the old tattoo design. In the latest version, that has been updated. Latest version has been updated and adjusted accordingly. Let's just go hide the shirt there and show, not that one. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Back tattoo there. Yeah, so new version has different iterations of how things work to match the magic system that is in play better. So completely new set of symbols. Bareback, scandalous. Yes, just a little. Itty bitty little bit. But yeah, so this is much more plot appropriate and world build appropriate. I have no idea what half of it's got to do with anything, but it's gonna be fun. I wish I could braid my hair. Skill issue. My hands don't have that skill. No! No! Okay, let's throw that back on. There was an animated Jackie Chan show. My hair reaches the middle of my back. Okay, to be fair, braiding one's own hair is a challenge. For the longest time, I did my own French braid, and let me tell you, the amount of a workout it is for your deltoids is insane to do that for yourself. But sort of like tying a pair of shoelaces if you get the practice in. It's something that you can get used to. It's easy, don't know what's going over what. Yeah, no. What I find is it's easier to learn about braiding if you think about hand movements rather than what goes over what. So it's a left hand, right hand movement. So as long as you imagine basically with each twist of the chords that you're basically working with, you almost need to imagine that with your hand movements you're walking, and you can't walk twice with the same foot, one step after the next. You can't step twice with the same foot and not overextend your stride. Braiding is a second party activity. Yeah. But it's one of those cases of don't think too hard. Seriously. Braiding is definitely a case of don't think too hard, and try and just always alternate between which hand you're working with if you're doing something simple. Then the amount of things that can mess up is really, really little. The trick is in the alternation. Don't think too hard. There's the challenge. Honestly, a lot of the time, yes, don't think too hard is a challenge. It's like top level challenge. Speaking of, where was I? Yeah, save button. Let's start with the save button. That's a good idea. Let's start there. Let's see. So organics are pretty much in place. Base layer is in place-ish. Where the sword lives is in place. What we need to do is detailing on the greaves. Then we need to do the jacket. And I was busy checking the reference on the... I was checking the brief. I was checking the brief on Vegan for I never left notes to self. No. Okay. I need to check chat. I need to check this chat. Hold up. I need to check my VGen chat. Because there was something. Of some importance on this note. I need to just scroll back a small eternity and see what we asked and what the response was. Only front and back. Okay, I'm gonna need a side sketch for what's going on in terms of the seam. And I still need to change that information on that little charm. In the interest of the jacket, a side sketch is going to be important. Do I want it to be a side sketch or do I want it to be a full-on side view? I'm going to throw in the full-on side view as an extra because, let's just be real, Zoni has been waiting for this long enough. You can get a freebie on the side view. It's going to be necessary to get the full benefit of things. He's been waiting for this for a small eternity already, so we can make that happen. Canvasage, come over here and add approximately yay much. That should be enough, yes? Okay, hide the jacket over there for a bit. Collapse that, add another folder, call this one side. Hide the charms for a bit because they are now in the way. Add sketch. Grab that. Where is my pencil? There is my pencil. There we go. So, first things first, let me just hide that so that I could scalp in the right height for a start with. Okay. Bottom of the brow is there. Now what I'm doing is I'm pretty much setting up to make this pretty easy to reference for a 3D modeler. Largely because 3D model was selected in the brief on the reference sheet as an option. So having the appropriate information in the appropriate places is helpful. Okay. That works. Okay, let's just pull this aside for a moment so that I can see what needs adjusting. Effective immediately. Your anatomy sketching actually looks really good. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. Wait, cleanup makes it look even better? One would hope so. One would really hope so. Now, there's still stuff here that's not quite working, so now we make adjustments, pushing and pulling, until it looks right and in proportion. Now, the distance between the back of the eye and the ear is the same as the distance between the bottom of the nose and the bottom of the chin, which is actually approximately like that. Okay, so I wasn't far off. Okay, awesome. Harrier is a master at her craft. Thank you. I am very, very, very grateful that you guys are liking how it's looking. Now this, I feel like it can come back a little bit more now. There we go. That point can be higher up. No? Where is the bridge of the nose relative to the middle of the eye? Or the center point of the... Oh! It aligns more or less with the top of the eyeball. Okay. That's a surprise. Okay. Just get some angles a little bit better. Yeah, that works. Okay. Collarbones go about there. Just take this off for a second, line up here. Now, being a swordsman, he can't actually be too narrow, because then he would move and snap like a twig, which was obviously not ideal. Knees sit there. Leg angles backwards slightly. Okay, roughly like that-ish. I'll confirm my alignments on that all offline in a bit. Now let's just do some pushing and pulling so that we can get the physique to not look too dainty. Where it need not be. Okay. Approximate shape-wise, we're almost there. Just gonna pull the shoulder back a little bit more. The trunk especially can't be too narrow, because then what will happen is that there won't actually be enough musculature for supporting the large number of twists involved in torso movement when it comes to sword wielding. There's a lot of upper arm and upper torso twisting that happens when one wields a sword, and if you have too little, especially lower trunk over here, you are going to know what pain is while trying to wield your weapon. So while people immediately think of strong arms and a strong chest, do not underestimate the importance of a strong lower back for a swordsman. It's always the back and call, every single time. Any high movement skill, if the core is weak, then the rest of it will fall over. people actually consider the lower back as being part of the core, which it very thoroughly is. Because that twisting motion in the lower back, oh my word, do not tell me that that is not part of your core mobility. Because it very thoroughly is. Oh my word, is it 5 o'clock in the morning? Oh my. Oh, come on. That happened so fast. Okay. Well, we have made really good progress for today, I think. Still a great deal to finish. Remember, kids, carry your back with a twisty motion. Don't listen to me, I'm only memeing. Oh dear. No. So yeah, doing the twist is good for you. We all know at least that there is one Dire Straits song that we should always dance along to then, huh? Whenever it plays. But no. I think I'm gonna leave it here for now. I'm gonna pick this up in the morning. See if I can tie up the last alignments on where everything on physique is, because I did not want to go into YouTube bunkable mode for that last stretch getting my landmarks down. But once I've got that sorted, I will ink that out in the morning so that I can start putting all of the relevant outfit parts on the side view, and then we can continue work on this tomorrow in stream as well. So yes, this is pretty much the only job for the week, is working on Zany. For anyone who was not here earlier in the stream, in the early parts of the stream, we also started doing some in-between work for in-between hydrates, where we were working on this model in 3D, gasp, where we were pushing and pulling on hair things. So all of these little rectangles will become hair objects. It's just that when Zany arrived in person, I did not want to waste time working on other things. But yes, 3 dimensions. Yes. This is a model that I'm using to learn a little bit ahead of potentially making large systemic mistakes trying to model things for Project Misthaven. So instead I am starting with something relatively low risk, in the sense of it not necessarily being associated with a larger project. So I am making a fan model for Elshi. That is in progress. I've been working on pushing and pulling different parts of the head this evening, in between other things. This was not in existence on the beginning of Saturday morning. So all of this happened since Saturday morning. Looks good? Yay, thank you. So yeah, had some success with normals editing to be able to get nice lighting, but while the face mesh has still got a mirror modifier on, it is gonna be a little bit wobbly there in the middle. So until such time as I have that applied, it's gonna be a little bit wobbly in terms of those normals, but that's fine. I need to go in here and actually add all of those to the correct hair material, but that's fine, I'll do that later. But yeah, so we've got a bunch of stuff in place, still a bunch to come. I have no idea yet how I'm going to make the sclera. I know how to do the irises, I have not yet got a clue how to do the sclera. I will figure that out yet. because I know that that is a little bit of a thing. But it's been really, really fun and interesting trying to figure out how to get that to translate nicely. So it's going well so far. But there is a lot of detail still to add, lots of flyways still to add. I want to get the main pieces blocked in before I go any further with this. So I've confirmed with Wilhelm what the actual flow on the hair is going to be for the bottom sections, and I've gotten a couple of extra little bits of resources from him as well. So I've got canon participation, only marginally terrifying in terms of making sure that I get this right. But so far so good, considering that this did not exist come Saturday morning. Save button. But yeah, so I will be continuing on that in the... You have been pondered? I have been pondered. I have been pondered. I have gotten additional references in the sense of some higher resolution screenshots and a view of the ear feathers, a good view of the ear feathers, which I'm not sure 100% where can we see those. Over here. You don't actually get to see those here on the reference very easily. Yeah, over here you can see the ear feathers. I got a clear shot of those as well. So, slowly but certainly, I will get everything in place. And yeah, we will figure it out. So I am probably going to be ending up doing this alchemist outfit as a major idea. And then I will suffer through figuring out how to get the legs to not clip through the bottom of the jacket, because that is perfectly reasonable, I think. I will figure out a game-friendly way of not clipping through the legs, because if I can get a game-friendly way of not clipping through the legs, then I will be able to apply the same to a VTuber, and until such time as I deal with something who has... Bird recognizes bird, yes. It's very fun. So yeah, I will be looking at continuing this in between other things, when the brain needs a break or when I need to just look at something else for a little bit, because that way two projects get progress at the same time, but I can still maintain some focus. If I've got too many things on the cards at the same time, then things all fall apart, but if I know, okay, these are my two major focus points for the now, and the one is something that is feeding the brainworms, as it were, then I am likely to make good progress on both. So while Zany's reference is presently the main priority, presently working on the 3D stuff in the background is feeding the brainworms. So I will be working on that in between, like we did in the earlier part of this stream. It was supposed to be completely behind the hex curtain, but then I decided, no, we're not going to work completely behind the hex curtain, because 5 hours there is just a little bit too much. Just a itty bitty little bit too much. So, breaking out every now and again slightly for half-hour sections between hydrates seemed to work rather well. But yeah, I think that is it for today, because otherwise tomorrow will be pain. But there we go, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Zany, for answering all of the questions. We have made huge strides towards the thing. Presently, what I'm busy doing with Zany's design is very outside of the usual character design pipeline. Largely because this has been in the in the queue for hopelessly too long. So working on it live and taking notes live has been immensely helpful. I think half of the reason why things have been slow is because I've just been slag between the ears. I don't know a good English word for it. What's slag generally translates to bad, but it's just been bleh. So I have definitely needed to change up the poor process this time around. I have no idea what the rest of those letters are supposed to represent there to do, but yeah. The occasional need for an Afrikaans word just slips in, and I'm sorry guys, but you're most gonna have to deal with it, because otherwise I'm somewhere going to look for words that do not exist in English lexicon. It's been blech, gotcha, yeah. Blech and slech. They don't sound too different. I'm not sure of a good word for that feeling. Yeah, I know. It's just, like, blech is close, but slech is just slightly more aspres. What's an English word for aspres? Oh no! Oh no. I'm sure there is one, but I don't know it. Yeah. Ah, wow. Okay, disclaimer. When Harrier starts speaking Afrikaans, you know she's tired, because she never speaks in Afrikaans, and now I'm in third person. What's wrong with me? My linguistics is going for a bowl of chalk. Okay, yeah. Let's just say that I think I should call it a day. Yeah, sleep time. Sleep time for sure. Especially considering that Afrikaans is not my first language. So when I start going into multilingual mode, I am reaching for concepts that I can't think too hard about. So that is definitely the case right this very moment. Disassociating on stream, yeah. Just a minor itty bitty little bit, okay? Minor itty bitty little bit. So yeah, fun times. Thank you guys so much for joining me, for waving the motivational pom-poms. For anyone who is lurking or in the VOD squad, thank you for your looks and your after event viewing. It goes greatly appreciated. You are MVPs of your own right. And I sincerely appreciate you being here. Also, I am still working in between all of this madness on Project Mistake and things. Believe it or not, yes, I am still thinking about things. I have about 20 minutes left on the 2 hours of writing time that was sponsored by Alex. So I will be putting that in sometime. So I'm not sure exactly when, but as soon as I can get that done, I will be able to take that one off the list. But yes, if you would like to assist me in being able to continue work on Project Misthaven, which is the Harrier Law project of significant proportions, then please consider either sponsoring some writing time over on VJing. You'll be able to find that on my page relatively close to the top. Or also consider going to Fourth Wall and joining the channel membership, because that way I can actually apply more of my time to working on Project Misthaven without wondering where I'm going to get my next meal from. So it is a huge help if you do decide to assist in that way. But if you are not able to, please do not put yourself in debt on my behalf. Please. Debt is scary. So yes, big thank yous to Zany for being a member. It is immensely appreciated. And also to Bread, who has not been here today, but thank you for your sponsorship, Bread. It goes greatly appreciated as well. Y'all are literally keeping me fed, so thank you for feeding your burb. It is a huge help. So yes, I shall be continuing work on Zany's outfit arting tomorrow. For a large portion of the day. I might sit in the members' voice chat on mute as we did for a good portion of today as well. Bless the bird feeders. Yes, bless the bird feeders. You guys are MVPs. You guys are champions. Thank you. That's maybe a name for the base tier members. That's maybe a name for the base tier members right there. Gotta feed our little birdie so she doesn't leave us. Yes, please. As much fun as taking commissions is, I would like to be able to give you guys original content too. And your support makes that possible. So things like actually being able to allocate the time to learning the 3D modeling things that are going to be important for Project Misthaven, because I'm planning on doing that in 3D. You know, casual. And all of that madness is, yeah, you guys are all assisting me in getting all of those skills in place, which assist me in making all of the cool stuff. So the time that is applied, I hope that it is fun for you guys. I try to make it as fun as I can, and always looking for new ways of doing so. But we take everything one step at a time. I still need to actually finish drawing the updated reference for Harrier. I don't know if I'm going to... I don't know how I'm going to handle this. I have attempted to draw the updated Harrier reference like 4 times, and I've looked at it every single time and it's like, this is stylistically so bleh. I really hate drawing me. I really hate drawing me. So in terms of the reference that I need to send to Cubed once we actually achieve the Harrier 3D milestone, I am in pain on that front. So yeah, working on it, but ugh. There are going to be some minor changes. I can talk you through that. What is going to be changed, at least in terms of what you see presently. This weird black dangle that's in my bangs, where in the bangs it is positioned is definitely changing, because this front piece is immensely confusing. Like, it's immensely confusing. For if you just had to take a screenshot now and try and figure out how it attaches to the entire setup, it makes no sense. So I have made a minor adjustment to where that is rooted, which will also hopefully help the 3D madness. And I have also opted to make the 2 little stripes that you see on the top of my head, instead of centered on one side, I'm going to make those 2 symmetrical, one on either side as well. And that will have plot relevance. Beyond that, there are going to be a couple of changes to the lower parts of the outfit. I'm still deciding how exactly I'm going to adjust the shirt slightly, in terms of this top section. I am not 100% sure if I'm going to keep the chain. I'm not 100% sure, maybe not. I'm still deciding on that. But yeah, we'll see. I like the collarbones, and I really want to show the collarbones off, but exactly how this shirt is working, I'm not sure how I feel about that. If I want to make it more of a halter neck. Like, I really, really, really love Halton X. And considering the... Harrier's not sure if Harrier should keep the chain. Yeah. Like, when I'm talking about the character in terms of Misthaven, I speak in the third person because it in that case, it is definitely the separation between I, the artist, doing the things, and the character who is going to be subject to changes. So, yeah, the kayfabe is very loose at the moment. Maybe one day when I've actually got lore released, I'll play into the character a little bit more. Until then, there's gonna be a little bit of fourth walling. Let's just phrase it that way. Yeah. But yeah, I'm still deciding whether the... No, it makes sense. Yeah, I get you. Same here, Zany is also Zany. Yeah. It's a very strange thing, but it makes sense. Like, the character, that the VTuber model, is like the uniform that you put on, but it's not necessarily the entire identity behind the screen. And that is a healthy distinction to keep in mind. Sometimes, I think. It's just phrased it this way. It's one of the major reasons behind the rebrand that happened 2 years ago. So, yeah. It's been a journey getting here. And having that separation, I think, is healthy for me, specifically. And if other people find it is also useful, then, yeah. Having that separation, having the uniform that you take off and say, okay, the person is still complete, is helpful. And not having to, aspire to a character and try and fit a character who isn't quite there. So Harrier the character is a little bit of a blank slate in some ways, courtesy of the immense memory loss that she suffers. That is the one spoiler that you guys get, and have had since the rebrand happened way back when. And the introduction, I believe, to the Live 2D model also, I think, came with that. I can't remember exactly what, but you guys have known from pretty much year dot that Harrier had memory loss, which is plot relevant. Woohoo! Actually, it's world build relevant, and it's not unique to Harrier, which is also fun. Also, just memeing, please don't listen to me. Don't stress. We understand. Yeah. Harrier's case is going to be wild when you actually get to finally see what's going. Bird brain moment? Yeah. Like, the forgetful burb is, I think, the one aspect of myself that I've carried over into Harrier pretty well, and just kind of exaggerated in her character just a little bit. So, I am forgetful. I do forget things. I put a thought in a box and I think that I filed the box appropriately, but then I lose the box and forget where I put the box, and then I don't know what thought was even in the box that I lost. So it's like, yeah, it's gone. And the sense of time being part of all of that madness, and the order of events, and like the important things that get lost to the sands of time, while the most inconsequential things stick like glue. It's slightly frustrating, but it's fun. It's like, what's this important thing? I don't know, but this is shiny. Very birdish. Very birdish. Exactly that, Tutor. Exactly that. I'll put this thing I need to remember here so I don't forget it. Where is it? Yeah! Exactly that. Exactly that. So, yeah. It is an aspect of myself that I have exaggerated for Harrier's character, but this happened a week ago. It happens to me literally every other day. Every other day it happens, so... Oh my word, I really need to get these American R's out of my usual speech pattern. It's starting to creep in and I'm noticing it and I'm not liking it, so bleh. They're creeping in there. I need to be careful of that. It'll happen this week soon. Yeah. So fun fact about that little trademark, I have this list of ASCII codes stuck with pro stick to my desk, so that if I need to type a thing, I have the ASCII codes right and available. And I've actually got the trademark thing on that list specifically for lines just like that. It's fun. Doesn't work on mobile, but it works for us PC users. But no, I spotted that there was I spotted on Blue Sky that there's a update to a guide for switching to Linux for VTubing, which was really cool. I have been looking at Linux for a very long time. Somewhere last year I tried to do the switch but couldn't because graphics tablets, display drivers, and not being able to get pressure sensitivity to work. So if I can get my graphics tablet in Clip Studio to talk on a Linux machine, then I am switching like yesterday. Actually, now that I think about it, I could probably switch my streamer laptop directly to Linux because it's not running anything that's Windows dependent, really. Like, I don't know how the network infrastructure would work, but like, I could probably switch the streamer laptop straight to Linux. Probably. Considering that I don't actually have a Windows account active on it, I don't think. Yeah, the whole Windows madness and licenses and blah is so convoluted that I don't even know what the setup is on this thing anymore. I tried with an old laptop a few months ago, but Linux doesn't like my hardware for video editing. Oh no. Yeah, it's always the drivers for the hardware that's the nightmare. It's always the drivers for the hardware. That's the pain. That's the pain right there. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, guys, it has been fun, but the brain cell is now expired. The singular brain cell has now gone kaput. So, I'm going to love and leave you. Thank you for joining me. Rest well when you get there. I shall see you on the morrow. And if you want to join into the members VC, where I will be continuing working on this for the majority of the day, before stream starts, hey, then please do consider heading over to Fourth Wall and opening up one of those channel membership subscriptions. It would go greatly appreciated. Until such time as YouTube qualifies for partner and we can actually get channel memberships natively on YouTube, I am using Fourth Wall for that purpose. It's a good stopgap, but at the moment the only perks I can give you guys are personal thanks and channel membership madness on Discord. So if you are not yet on the Discord, please check that out too. All of the links are on the profile for my YouTube page, so if you can't find anything, it's over there. Alright, but that is me for today. Thank you guys, rest well when you get to it, and until next time, cheery bye.